Hello. Well, I have another problem. I'm getting my hair cleaned right now. I can't move. Stitches has decided to really go to town. And I'm not allowed to do anything until she's done. So, yeah. I'll go ahead and get the intro things out of the way. So we are on day 10 of Ink a Day of May. Ink a Day of May is a challenge I came up with that's totally original, do not steal, nothing personnel kit. Where 30 people submitted their characters and I draw them. This time around, we are drawing them with Major Fee, who is my character. In case nobody has noticed, I do like Fee a fair bit. So, in the future with Ink a Day, it's going to, like in September, it's going to become a charity drive thing. And I am going to put stuff together so that we can actually make a difference with these Ink a Day challenges. Yeah, so today we are doing FlyingCraft's character Tagger, who is a demon, I think, if I'm understanding the description correctly. And yeah, I'm excited to draw this because I like this character's design, and this should be fun. The thing I need to do right now is try to figure out what I'm gonna have them do, because I mean it's very likely that they would kind of be against each other, because Tagger is apparently one of those goody two shoes that just isn't all about slaughtering everybody for some reason. So that might put a wedge in their relationship. But yeah. I mean, we just did like a combat thing yesterday. What kind of interaction would these characters have? Exactly. I mean, part of me wants to make it almost like a sequel to when we did Sledge's character 1A, because Tagger also uses spray cans and graffiti stuff. So it could be, I could kind of follow along that. That's an idea. Not a good one, but an idea. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot to make my energy drink. Oh well, we'll do that when I take a break. I do have my other drink though. Delicious. Okay. So, let me take another look at the character description. It is kind of long. Let's see. Yeah, like here it says he fights for the oppressed, using his drawing skills to call out injustices. Whatever he draws with his magical aerosol container, spray can, will come to life, but he has a preset of characters. He always calls for help when truly needed. Sometimes he's a bit of a hypocrite, saying things are bad but doing them himself, such as stealing, smoking, trespassing, and other stuff of the kind under the guise that it's for the good cause. The greater good. So, okay. I'm kind of tempted to add some of these other characters with it. Part of I suddenly had an idea because we basically have, in one way or another, we have had a little bit of a visual thing with the height differences between Fee and all these other characters. And I'm kind of thinking, like, what if these characters who are basically like demons, what if they're like really small? like 3 feet tall tops. And then they're attacking Fee, and they're basically like being toddlers trying to knock down Fee, and she's just like, oh, they're adorable. That would be very funny. God, I can't stop yawning suddenly. Oh no, there's people that could be watching. I better be dysfunctional. That's how this works, right? Hmm. Action poses. See if we can put some energy into this. Oh, God. Oh, I think something tore. I think my uvula just went across the room. What if all the characters were chasing Fee? We could have some fun with that. Uh, I'm really liking the idea of like them chasing her. Okay. Hi, I'm currently in the middle of South Dakota with a flat tire, no spare, and I've been here for like an hour and 45 minutes. Boon. Sounds like you're having a grand old time. So I have been working on some other things. Like I posted the first time lapse short of the first day, Inca Day. So that's on the YouTube. God damn. Can't stop growing and oh, you commented on it already? Got you on important notifications. Ooh, I feel special. I'm important. Two others, which is also live right now. Oh, Tow truck here, yay! See ya.
Some say we're undeserving. So fucking what? But ambitions, they see light by those who do. Over and over, they pretend. Over and over, they say we're undeserving. Over and over, I know. They forgot why. There's no mercy. No mercy. Some say we're undeserving. So fucking what? But I know they forgot why. There is no mercy. Get up. Awaken now. Remember what it felt like. No mercy. Get up. Get up. Get up. There is no mercy.
I need to do a better pose than that. It's too flat. Having too many ideas flood my brain. Keep on hitting V when I want to hit C. Okay, I'm definitely doing this now. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to do this challenge in this particular way. Because I do need more practice with interactions, and specifically with like fight scenes. I forgot to also get the reference in a bigger form so I can actually see details and stuff. That might be a good idea. All right. Okay. Checking something. Okay. I mean, we've got a dinosaur on a skateboard. I have to add the dinosaur on a skateboard. I added the purple thing because I like the way that one looks. But I mean, we have to add the dinosaur with the skateboard. I'm going to see if I can find a bit more Storf. Oh, yeah. Okay, there's that. Okay. Well, hey, FlyingCraft. How is you? I've decided that we're gonna have kind of a top moment where Tagger and friends try to take on Fee, and Fee is just using her experience, her over 700 years of experience in combat. Trying to see if I can fit everybody into here. Yeah, I figured I'd try something else with this one, because like the designs are simple enough and everything, and I like the idea, and I really want to see if I can decently do a thing where there's multiple people going after one person. I was gonna do like a chase scene thing where they were all gonna chase Fee, and then I did this pose with Fee, and I was like, nope, we're doing this. Ooh. But yeah, how are you? How's your day been? Yeah, I didn't I the point is not to showcase Fee so much in this, is to showcase the characters. And the only kind of chasing that I can think of was like if Tagger was small, and I didn't want to do that. So I decided to do this instead, because then it basically showcases a bit more of the character and stuff. Yeah, if you're gonna be hanging out here for a little bit, you're more than welcome to go crazy about lore with the character. I'm a slut for lore, so I am always excited to hear about that stuff. I've been doing. Of course he's calling me. Ah, one moment. Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah. I've been doing all right. This ink a day has been a lot more exhausting on me this year than it was last year. But my health is a lot worse this year than it was last year. So that would make sense. Yeah, I have. Well, the big thing is I have fibromyalgia. So, um, the older I get, the worse it's been getting. And I tried to be a functioning member of society with it, but this last year was basically. It just proved that I can't. So, currently trying to get onto disability. Don't know how long that's gonna take, and I'm not exactly sure how long I've got, financially speaking. But I try to make ends meet by running an antique business with my dad, and also trying to do commissions and stuff. So hopefully I will still be able to do stuff by September, when I plan on turning this Inca Day into month-long charity drives, and I will be doing them 3 times a year. Do commissions, but I'm scared about my ability to complete my drawings on time, my art style being enough to really try that. I would say your art style is definitely worth commissioning. Like, if I had the money, I would commission you to do fee stuff, or you could just, like, I don't want to say this too loud, but you could also just draw fee stuff for fun. I won't pressure you to it, but I might enjoy that. Just so you know. But it's I don't want to seem too needy about it, but I will cry a little bit. I love fan art of fee. Just ask the other people who make it, and they hear my reaction. But you would also be very surprised on how on how motivating being paid can be when it comes to getting stuff done. Because I used to be able to get commissions done like super fast, but because of how my health has become absolute crap, that's not really a thing anymore. But I do keep my clients informed whenever stuff's coming up with my health, and it's making it difficult to do the commissions and all that. But I also build a repertoire with my clients that they're very trusting in what I do. Because I try to go the extra mile. It's danger time. To make sure my clients have what they want and are happy with everything. So if you basically build a reputation of being trustworthy and everything, and also making kick-ass art, which you clearly can do that already, I would say do it. I would say for For your stuff, I would definitely think you should charge at least $75 for whatever you do. Because it is worth that. I mean, that could be true, but also you're going to have a lot to learn for your entire life. So, how much do you need to know before you can start doing anything serious? And it doesn't even have to be serious to where you don't enjoy it. Like, the way I do my commissions, I make sure that I have fun with it. Because if I don't enjoy it, they're not going to get the best work out of me. And that's how my clients trust my judgment when it comes to stuff where I'm just like, hey, how about we do this instead of this? And they know I can deliver. So, just bear that in mind. That it doesn't have to be as terrifying as you think it is. I mean, most of the difficulties come from me being insecure about the things I do. There's not much I can do about that. So, I'm guessing that the insecurities is that you just don't think that your art's actually good enough. Because all my students have always said stuff like that whenever they have any problems with doing anything with their art. And I've heard that from a lot of people who I've mentored as well. So I'm willing to bet that it's, you just don't think that you're good enough. Whether it's your art abilities itself, or like you're not certain if you're good enough to do the quote-unquote business side of it. Well, I can tell you that the business side of it can basically be summed up as, hey, I want to commission you to do a thing. Okay, what do you want? I want this, this, this. Okay, it's going to cost this much. Does that sound okay? Sure. All right, cool. I'll get started. Do you have a time frame of which you want this done? Yeah, either yes, I want it done by this time. You should know kind of the rate that you get drawings done. If, say, you worked on it for like an hour a day, would you be able to do that? If so, yes, you'd be like, okay, that's fine. If not, no, I can't do it within that amount of time. Can we do it? Can I get it to you later than that? If they say no, then it's like, well, I'm sorry, I just can't do that. Is there anything else that we can do? Or if it's I don't have a time frame, just get it done whenever is best for you, which is what a lot of clients would say. Especially if you are your clients are just average people, then you just be like, awesome. And as long as you keep them up to date on the process of it, they'll be totally happy. That's essentially the entirety of the business when it comes to doing commissions for just like everyday people. Now with businesses, contracts get involved, and that's different. But yeah, if you have an understanding of how you are now, like, do you think you could draw a character like Tagger? It's always frustrating how simple it sounds, yet I can't bring myself to try and do it. Do this then. Run a faux commission with a friend. So, like, ask your friend, hey, can we practice something? Can you, quote unquote, commission me to do something? We're not actually going to do the money part. Can you commission me to do something? And then just essentially role play it, but actually make the commission for them. And you can treat it like a gift. That way, you've tried it, and you have a better understanding on how it would go. Now, you will eventually you will run into like assholes, because I've ran into a few where they're just impossible to work with. Don't worry too much about that, because that doesn't happen very often. And if it does happen, then you're just like, well, that sucks, but can't really do anything about that. But I would definitely do like a role play of doing a commission with a friend. Because I think that's why for me it never... I was never terrified when it came to doing commissions, because I didn't start off seeking the commissions. Somebody was like, hey, can you do this drawing for me? I'll pay you. And I was like, sure. And so then I did. And that was back in 2009. Now, I rarely ever get any commissions nowadays. And I actually don't get a whole lot of commissions, like, ever, really. But I do have my main source of clients and everything, and I do have a good relationship with people. But yeah, so I understand the whole, like, it sounds simple, but I can't bring myself to do it. That's why I think a practice run would be best for you. Because I, too, suffer from horrible anxiety. But yeah, I'm the kind of person who I just want everyone to thrive in the art space. I don't really care about competition or anything like that. I want everybody to thrive. Whether that means thrive financially or thrive within yourself. That's why whenever, like with my students, I don't teach them how to draw so much as how to be an artist. And like I don't teach them how, like what to think, but how to think as an artist. At least I try to. Which is why whenever I'm streaming, if anybody wants me to do a lesson for them, like show them how I do a certain thing, I'm more than willing to drop whatever I'm doing to do that. I think we even did that during one of these Inca days. I like to think of myself as like a bit of a mentor at heart. I mean, I've been doing this stuff for long enough. I should know a thing or two. Now, how to be successful, I clearly don't know how to do that. Really shouldn't be a competition. The only time it should be a competition is when you're trying to get the same job as other people. That's how I feel about that. I mainly do character design, so I'm stuck in an endless cycle of making a character or drawing, liking the result, months go by, I'm not liking it anymore, and now I'm remaking it again. Not that I complain. Not that I'm complaining, though. One thing you might want to consider doing is, character adoptions, where people pay you to adopt your character design. Or even just character. I see a lot of people who do pretty well with that. And it's mainly people who they just love designing characters. So if ever you have a character that you're like, I'm not too attached to, do set it up for like an adoption thing. That way you don't have to actually do commissions or anything like that. And it's even easier. With that, you can just be like, hey, I have these characters. Who wants to give me money for them? And somebody will be like, I'll give you money for that. And you go, great. They give you money. And then you're like, here's the drawing. Have fun. And then that's literally it. That's as far as I understand how it works. You make a character, you design some characters, and then you're like, hey, I got a character adoptions. Who wants to adopt a character? And then you have people throw money at you, and then you become rich and famous, and then you think of me. Because that's exactly how that works. Yeah, you're definitely going to want to ask somebody who does that stuff, like what the details are. But as far as I can tell, that's how it goes. Damn, it's looking good so far. Thank you. Whoop, come on. It might help if I put it on the right tool. It would also help if I wasn't an idiot, but we can't ask for miracles. I've considered doing those adoption things, but I get too attached to my characters. Because I consider myself to be a what I would call a narrative artist. I try to put a lot of story into my works in one way or another. I used to make just a bunch of characters and stuff, but then I started developing lots of stories with them, and then I got attached, and then I never recovered. And then Fee came along, and I died. Life has never been the same since. Sometimes I develop on them. Sometimes I forget about them. Yeah, that's a mood. Even the ones I get attached to, then like I'll be going through old drawings and be like, oh, I forgot about that one. Whoops. I'm a terrible OC dad. I see a green thing behind Tagger in the reference. Is that part of the scarf, or is that a tail? Or is that what's that? That's a tail. Okay. Oh, I see. I didn't realize. I didn't pay attention to the links. I forgot about those. God, this character might be one of the hardest ones to create since I had to develop a whole hell system and explain how it works, and it makes sense, and make a pantheon of gods too. I do that very often. I often put way lots of um, lore into my stuff. I mean, Fee is no exception. Uh, but yeah, a pantheon. I developed a pantheon that, in like the entire system of how it works, where there are gods, then there are demigods, which are the children of gods, and then there's servant gods, which are mortals turned into godlike beings. The gods are literal manifestations of how the universe works. The demigods are actually pawns in a kind of political combat that the gods have. And the servant gods are even more pawns for that, but like on a smaller scale. And there's a whole reason why there's all sorts of stuff going on. I probably have an entire textbook worth of lore just with those gods. And I have even more lore with Fee. It is absolutely insane how much I have when it comes to Fee. So yeah, I know exactly what you mean by having a lot of stuff. The only really developed gods are the ones taking care of hell, although it's not called that, and a god of time that has like a space multiverse police trying to get rid of the potential universe-ending threats. That's always fun. God of Time is basically really strict and doesn't want the universe they are in to branch out cause it might lead to some fucked up situations. Look at DC and Marvel. Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking.
In the depths of darkest night, a flicker of
For Hell, I want something similar to Has-Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, but I tried making a bit more. I don't even know how to explain it. Just different enough from it, I guess. I love Viv's work, but there's flaws, lots of them. So I hear.
in the depths of darkest night, a flicker of light ignite. A weary soul, lost and forth. Rebirth.
Make it simple, at the start of the universe, or at least theirs, magic was abundant and the gods could do whatever. But as magic started to become scarce, the magic they emitted was a bit too pure and risked destroying their home. So they had to lock themselves into their own little dimension, losing their ability to see the world, leading them to create artificial beings to carry out their duty to the mortal plane, or in the mortal plane. Cool. I like it. At one point, two of the gods worked together to welcome mortal souls and judge them, but was awfully nihilistic, and the, but one was awfully nihilistic and the other one innocent. They couldn't agree, so one of them created their own dimension, hell, where they would take souls and torture them while the other would welcome everyone, good or bad. It was bad, and the innocent god disappeared while the other was left with their hatred of humanity, slowly transforming their home into a place of redemption. Interesting. It's fine, I figured it out. Loving what you were doing, Tagger's Anatomy. Thanks. I was thinking, because he seems to be mostly skeleton and then has a reptile tail. So I was like, what if I had it to where like his body parts kind of were socketed into each other, at least in like these places, and then the tail is just there. Probably add some more details, but we got a lot to do, so. Colored stuff is, or paint stuff added to the body because it was cool. Okay, that makes more sense. I think that's really funny. You know, when I was designing Fee for the first time, I was thinking I would love to have a character who like wears a cape or like that jacket over the shoulders type of thing, so I could do some like dramatic stuff. Apparently, I just went ahead and did that with the bottom half of her coat. Because her coat is ridiculous. Everything about her is ridiculous. Nothing makes sense. Note, if you take away all the colored bits from him, he's literally a blank canvas. Since for a long time he had no idea what he wanted to do or be until he met his new family. That makes sense. Thinking about it, none of the main characters were really mine in a way. I have a few characters that are like that. I mean, in a way, Fee wasn't mine. Fee is an inspired character, is a character design-wise inspired by a character from Spaghetti Girl before she deleted her pixel art account. Disaster was a fusion of Sans, Papyrus, and Gaster. I was big into Undertale and still am. My OC was straight from Ender Dragon. Was straight the Ender Dragon from hit game Minecraft. Minecraft? What's that? And Kuro was a drawing made by a friend in high school when my art style was manga. Manga. I changed all of them eventually, but it's still funny to think about. Yeah, so like Fee is an inspired design from someone's character here on or over on pixel art. I have a character called the Mark, which is a nightmare version of Markiplier, because I used to be in the Markiplier fandom way back in the day. And I'll continue this after the ad. Or the ad's back. Never mind. I thought the ad was about to start. So yeah, there's the Mark. Then there was the Fade, who is a monster version of Mark's friend Wade. There's Molly, who is a monster version of Wade's wife Molly. There's the Hoarding Mannequin, who is another monster version of Markiplier. Those are really the only ones that I've kind of kept, and I've changed a whole lot to where they're their own things. I'm actually trying to make an analog horror story with the Hoarding Mannequin. Just trying to get all that stuff together. The Hoarding Mannequin, as in hoarding, as in like keeping everything you ever get, never throwing anything away. I really like that one. I feel like that one's got a lot of potential to be like super freaky. This part and just add it back later. Whoops. Gah! There. Yeah, the Hoarding Mannequin is a being that lives in its own dimension that is connected to our world via institutes of trade. And it's like the story is basically a discovery of the meaning behind this one company that builds malls. They built a mall in the middle of nowhere, and somehow it became extremely successful, and then some weird stuff was happening, like the small town that it was built in went crazy, and they were obsessed with shopping. And yeah, come to find out, the reason why was because of a I forget what the term is called, but like a psychological effect that this being has, and it's made a deal with the people that run the company. And by that, I mean the people figured out a way to give it what it wants, and the effect just kind of happens. Basically, as long as they give him stuff, the effect of his realm seeps into ours. And so then the people at the mall make a lot of money. But nobody better go into his realm. Where is it from? It's a thing I'm writing. But yeah, the mannequin like lives in his own dimension, and the only way you can get there is through, at least in the story, the only way to get there is through this door that's in this one area that looks like a storage facility, which because it kind of is. But that's where there's a bit in the contract for the companies that rent the spaces at the mall that every night before they have to quote unquote donate some item, and there are lots of like specifications depending on the business on what they have to donate. And but part of doing that makes their rent significantly cheaper. And so as long as they put some of their stuff into this one little storage area, that's just part of their rent. Nobody questions it because they make loads of money. But if you go through the door that's in that room, you're greeted by essentially an entire world of junk. Like, the hills are made of broken TVs. The ground at your feet is just a bunch of like compacted trash and paper and broken stuff. There are mountains of boxes or mountains of certain items like dolls or bikes or microwaves or whatever. And there's this entire world that's just made of junk. And in this world made of junk, there are actual cities where the buildings are also made of junk. And they're just piled up boxes of like refrigerators or the refrigerators themselves, or all sorts of stuff. And then there's also just piles of trash everywhere. But there is one building that is not made of trash. It's an actual brick and mortar structure. And inside is the epitome of a hoarder's house. But inside where like all the inventory would be at a warehouse is, again, more junk piled up real high and all that. But there's also a mannequin in there. There's also thousands of mannequins throughout the city and in that warehouse. And the hoarding mannequin sits on a throne. And the hoarding mannequin looks a lot like the other mannequins, except instead of just being made just like body parts made of plaster, it is constructed of hands made of plaster holding itself together in forms of like a body. And the head, like out of the torso, a big plaster arm sticks out holding a plaster head. if anybody goes into that realm, they are claimed by the mannequin. If anything goes in there, it is claimed by the mannequin. So I wrote a little interview with a character that is going to be like subject 1, where we get to find out a little bit about this world and then the effects of going into and coming out of that world. Basically, over the course of 6 months, actually with him, it's like over the course of 3 months, he, in an agonizing fashion, he turns into a mannequin and then disappears. And then when they do some more search things, but using robots, they find a mannequin that looks exactly like him back in that realm. And so, yeah, that's where all those other mannequins came from, too. They're people. And so this whole... I'm wanting to turn it into a book, and so it's just going to be a compilation of reports and documents and stuff kind of put together by someone desperately trying to get this out. But then I'm going to put in a, well, so much for that kind of ending with it, because on the very last page, I'm going to make an advertisement for another mall opening up in China by the same company that built that other mall that's been the focus of this of the entire story. So, yeah, kind of wanting to get that going. And then there's going to be a horror story with Fee. It's going to be in book 2. Currently working on book 1. Part 1 and 2 of book 1 are on my Wattpad. There's a link to it in the link tree. But yeah, I love body horror. I love horror in general, but I love body horror and cosmic horror the most. So, yeah, I tend to do those kind of things more. I have so many stories, and they all, without exception, start from me coming up with a small idea and going overboard with it. That's usually how the best ones are. Yeah, but they're stuck as concept because I can write, yet I can't write yet. But soonish, I'll understand how to write characters and do world building well enough. That's another thing that it's like kind of just doing it is the best way to figure out how to. The one thing that helped me a lot though with world building and character development and stuff with B is I looked up story questionnaires, world building questionnaires, and character questionnaires, and just kind of went through those because they'll bring up stuff where it's like, wow, I didn't even think about that. Because I did one of those for world building, and I have yet to recover. Now I have like so much stuff when it comes to Necropole that people are like, man, how many years have you had this store? It's like, I just came up with it. Like literally, I made Fee back in January of last year. And the funniest thing is that I did not think I was going to become obsessed with Fee at all. And yet here I am with over 200 drawings of her. One of the things I think is what I really enjoy about with Fee and with the Necropole and all that is I basically just thought when I was making the character, like I had this idea of someone who's immortal who's addicted to dying and death. And I was like, what kind of surrounding would a character like this be in? And this one's in the military, so what kind of military would be okay with something like that? What kind of society would have a character like this? And then came up with, like, well, clearly death would be a big deal. It's like, can we have a society that's, like, main MO is death? Like, they worship death. Can you actually have a society that works that way? Well, I came up with one. And I was really proud of myself. What I do usually is have a skeleton for the story, add ideas, let them marinate, decide whether I keep or scrap. I just analyze for any potential plot hole and try to solve it somehow. Yeah, that's another way of going about it. when I watched the finale for Murder Drones. As flawed as the show was, it left me with a feeling of need only Tumblr could quench. Then I imagined something similar with the stuff I liked about it, body horror, cosmic horror, while trying to make it a bit more understandable. Yeah, there were a lot of flaws in Murder Drones, and they were like rookie flaws that something with that kind of production I feel like should not really have had. But the characters were fun, and I absolutely love Sin. I love her so much, especially in that last episode. But yeah, like I kind of binge watched the whole thing, and I was just like, throughout most of it, I'm just like, wow, they're really trying to just have horror things in this, even if it does not fit, or it's not fitting the way they're doing it. It's like every episode is a horror story for at least a little bit. And it's like, okay, but you've taken out the one main element that makes a horror story scary in the style that they've been doing it, which is death doesn't matter. People get killed all the time and nobody cares. So that was my biggest problem with that show. But it had fun characters, which helped keep it going and make it fun to watch. I think they did the horror well, but the tonal shift is brutal. They could have explained some of the stuff better, honestly. Yeah, I mean, like, the execution of the lot of horror stuff was technically speaking good, but there was like nothing behind them. That was the biggest problem with it. Like, the way they executed the stuff was good, especially like at the beginning, but then they just did it for every single episode, and I was like, getting kind of tired of this. But I'm excited for the Amazing Digital Circus to have its finale, so then they can get started on the Gaslight District, because I really liked that pilot for that show. I'm super excited about that show. Ooh. I really hate this song. I think it sounds terrible.
Free your mind, talk to me, speak in waves, frequencies, heartbeat, destiny.
Oh, hey, Ender. Me when I'm late as fuck to the stream. Yeah, it's about damn time he showed up. Bad form, dude. And in front of Senpai. I mean, you could have been over on YouTube. I'm streaming on YouTube right now as well. I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble and Kick. So I always just stream to wherever people prefer to be at.
Star, hide your fire.
Hey, Minty. All right, let's see what kind of insult we get. So the Shakespearean insult is, I have a book here that has 3 sections, 1 word each, and they are to make a Shakespearean insult. So let's see what we got. I just flipped through randomly. Beastly. Bait breeding. Miscreant. Beastly bait breeding miscreant. That... I don't know how to recover from that. Beastly bait breeding miscreant. Also, welcome back, Ooze. Well, do with that what you will. Definitely use it. I feel like that is one that person will just be like, ow. Ow. Here, let me type it. That. Can I draw Fee in a funny outfit? How dare you ask me such a question? How dare you ask me a question like that? Who do you think you are? Of course I want you to do that. Report! Mods, ban that guy. Hey, let's whack his pee-pee. Mods, rustle his jimmies.
Star, hide your fire.
Oh, I haven't been able to put the sounds back on because I'm not using Streamlabs anymore. Yeah, I allegedly have 499 followers. Allegedly. That's also over the course of 12 years. I think I made this account in 2014. Oh, I'm dying, Squirtle. Ah! Thank you for the follow. Scare the crap out of me. Whoa! 500! Huzzah! Does that come with a paycheck? I would like a paycheck. You should definitely hire mods like Stardust could be one. Stardust can't be one. Stardust doesn't want to be one. Stardust does not want to do anything like that. You got me on my OG now. Oh, damn. But yeah, I don't have the situation to actually have mods right now. Which is fine. I mean, all that's going on is just a bunch of idiots hanging out as I draw stuff. The biggest idiot drawing stuff. So everybody's in good company. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow. So you could have been the special 501. But no, you're just the 501. You missed your chance. He's no longer special. My mama said I was special. And then she put the helmet on me and then pushed me out of the door, and then she'd go back into her room with a bottle of wine and she would cry a lot. Yeah, but I'm more unique like that. I think. That account has 1,900 follows, by the way, but never got anywhere, to be honest. Yeah, that's why I'm not too, like, ecstatic about having 500. Because, one, I've had this account for a long time, and I've done a lot of streams. I wish they kept records of, like, how many streams I've done, because I'm fairly certain I have done close to 2,000 streams on Twitch now. Yeah. Also, since everybody's here, don't forget, I uploaded a new time-lapse short. It is of the first Inca Day of May this year. It's on YouTube. I'd say go check it out. And share it and stuff. Because you love me. I'm special. I made that emote just because I thought of Squirtle use water cannon, and then my favorite soda is called Squirt. It's a grapefruit flavored soda. Specifically the cherry one. Like the ruby red one is my favorite. So then I was like, oh, what if I just had like a Squirtle was just the squirt soda spraying. Yeah, Squirt is grapefruit. Is a grapefruit soda. I love pomelo. I don't think I've had that. There's also a Fresca. I don't consider Fresca to be a grapefruit soda because it barely has any flavor in it. I used to be a merchandiser for Coca-Cola, and I don't think Fresca is that good. I never really liked Fresca. I tried it when I was working there, and I was like, this is not great. It tastes good, but smell like shit. Well, one of the best drinks, I think, besides Squirt, is a Brazilian drink called Guaraná. And the best way I can describe it is a tropical ginger ale. It's so good. I don't believe they are. Yeah, that's fair. But if you do ever feel like joining a server that is a fan of fee and stuff, always open. Oh yeah, Ooze, how did you guys get a new tire put on, or at least a spare put on? Okay. I'm going to take a bit of a break before we get to the inking, because now we're at the inking. So make sure you get up, stretch, pee, water, finish that child sacrifice that's been sitting there for a few hours. You know, all that important stuff. And we'll be back.
Override. Backdoor. Hacking protocols. Override. Backdoor.
Alright. I was gonna get up and stretch and stuff, but as soon as I hit the BRB button, I got a cat on my shoulder. So I couldn't move. You know, Miss Purrbox. This poor baby. She gets no lovin's. It's just terrible. Poor baby. Poor little baby. So mistreated. You need to get up, baby. I need to get back to work. She's just laying here like, that sounds like a you problem. I need to check something. Wow, I forgot to add 3 of the inks so far to the slideshow. All right, come on, baby. Let go. We need to clip your nails so bad. Get down there. She almost fell off my desk. Okay. Ah, damn. Well, I'm glad that you got to stick around for a little while. I will have this up either later tonight or tomorrow. But yeah. Glad you got to hang out. Flyer is... Why are we censoring French? What is it? What? Why are we doing this? It's funny, okay? Well, yeah, I'll be streaming every day, and once Ink a Day is done, I stream Friday through Sunday. We have a reputation. I know of the reputation. I just thought it was funny that suddenly we're censoring French. Or cheese is a nuclear weapon. I mean, with the way that these weak people talking about being lactose intolerant act, that could be accurate. I don't know, man. The French are kind of... I need that shirt with the cows and laser explosions that say lactose tolerant. It looks like a slur now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the point. I just thought it looked really funny. It's like, wait, why are we doing this now? Oh, you're French, my condolences. Ooh, that's a shame. Better luck next time. I bet it's calling me by my full legal name. Oh, I gotta use that. That's a good one. Better not keep it waiting. Yeah, well, thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I really appreciate it. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Or at least soon. I'm not talking kind of. Inking is typically when I get locked in. Oh. Yeah, sometimes it picks up on random sounds. What is happening in this ink? Tacker and friends are trying to get Fee, and Fee is having a fun time avoiding their attacks, acting like Toph. I wasn't really wanting to do another combat one, but this one just seemed like the right thing, really. I was gonna do like a chasing where they were chasing after Fee, but I couldn't figure out a way to make it to where you could actually see Tagger very well and also have the other characters, because I did want to add the other characters. What settings do you have on your brush? No, it doesn't show that. Pen pressure. I have just the 3 points. With the pressure curve, I just take the middle point, I put it all the way to the bottom corner. And then I mainly just stick with the basics of the settings. Like the defaults, I don't touch any of that other stuff. Make sure that the gap's narrow. A lot of times I do a weak amount of anti-aliasing. Sometimes I'll do no anti-aliasing, like I did with Doc's character. And that's it. Feta. I love feta cheese. I'm eating some straight from the box. I've done that. Second only to Machingo. Made like feta, but with sheep's cheese instead of goat. I've never had that cheese before. And I love cheese. Oh, I forgot to put the toesies on this one. There we go. I'll be at her. Well, what's going on for everybody this week? Oof. Cool, cool. I watched a couple of burnt peanut clips that were pretty funny, mainly because the way he was reacting to, because he was raging at like the people he was playing with being ridiculous, and the way he was reacting was like, I have very much done the same thing with the exact same decibel.
Kneel before me. I am Invictus. Kneel before me. I am Invictus. Kneel before me. Invictus. Kneel before me. I am Invictus.
Was art dumping in Flyers DMs. Oh my. Well, I'm glad you're back. Yeah, we're just inking along here. Just being a bunch of people who died out in South America centuries ago, just inking. Should I sleep or should I draw? I finished day 4/6 of 5 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. work shift. 2 more to go. I mean, sleep is usually good to have, especially if you got a job. Fee or sleep? Sleep or fee? I mean, I would love it if you worked on fee, but if you got work in the morning, it's probably best to get some sleep. Sometimes I wish I was a robot, because then I wouldn't need to sleep. Yeah. I wish that too, but that's because I don't get any sleep, so I might as well be functional without it. I think I will crash for the night. Might doodle fee at work tomorrow. I'll scan it and send it. Hee hee. Maybe she kills someone with a cardboard baler at my job. She definitely would. If it's a dangerous piece of equipment, she will definitely use it on someone. People under 18 years old are not allowed to operate it or clean it or really even touch it. Well, fortunately, Fee is over 700 years old, so she's perfectly within reason to use it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's something I used a lot when I was a vendor for Coke. Yep. It was an okay job. Company sucked, but the work itself wasn't terrible. Certainly there were days where it did suck a whole lot, but there were plenty where it was actually all right. The vendor who comes to my store is pretty chill, I think. He looks like if a fantasy dwarf had a modern fashion sense. Yeah, I've worked with several. I got trained by a guy who looked like that. Oh no, ooze has spread. We cannot contain the contagion. Has his earbuds in the entire time, which I am envious of because according to my job policies, I can get fired if management sees me with earbuds in, which is annoying as hell because I work a lot more efficiently if I'm listening to music like that I like. Yeah. They put a policy on us where they didn't want us wearing earbuds at all, not even just like having one in the ear. And I'm just sitting there thinking like, because they want to make sure that we are attentive to customers. I was like, okay, we get our shifts end at 12 o'clock noon. So our shifts start at 4, which means we have at least 3 hours of no one to talk to us customer-wise. And then we'll have another 2 hours of hardly anybody ever even talking to us. It's essentially not the last 2 hours that we would even have a chance of someone actually talking to us. But yet they didn't want us to do that. Yeah, one thing I will always remember because it was so funny was during orientation they had us watch a video about I guess brand loyalty. And essentially, it boiled down to don't be drinking competitors' stuff while working, which is like duh. I know there's people stupid enough to where you have to say that, but duh. But they were also really wanting to be like, also never consume competitors' products ever for the rest of your life. It's like, okay, that's illegal. So they had to like suggest that. And they gave some examples. Which one of them was hilarious because it was, you're throwing a party and your guests show up and they see that you have competitors' products available to drink. Your guests may look at that and go, do they not like their own job's products? I guess they're not that good. And I'm like, no, you want to know what they are thinking? Oh, good, soda. And unless it's like the company name brand sodas and some very small example. Yeah, I see ooze. Your infection continues. So like unless it says Pepsi or Coke or Sprite or Mountain Dew or 7-Up or something like that. If it says anything else, no one has any idea what company owns that brand. But yeah, I totally got proof of that. Because there's a bunch of different root beers. Do you know which brand of root beer belongs to Pepsi?
I feel so free.
You're gonna look it up, aren't you?
Listen.
Well, you've already put more thought into it than most people do.
Listen.
I'm not looking it up.
Listen.
So Mug belongs to Pepsi. A&W belongs to 7-Up. And yeah, Barks belongs to Coke. Most, pretty much the vast majority of people have no idea. Because I had a lady come up to me one time. I was doing a Kroger. A lady came up to me, and at the time,
I feel so
Kroger's, we only had a deal with them where the root beers we had was our regular Barks, the cream soda, and that was it. So
listen.
This lady comes up to me and asks me, when are we going to get more of the diet root beer? And I looked at her and I'm thinking I'm wearing a red shirt that says Coca-Cola Consolidated on it. So I'm thinking, oh, she's asking if we are going to get that in, because she's asking about it getting in. So I said, oh, we don't actually carry diet root beer here. We don't deliver that here. And the lady looks at me as if she caught me in such a scandal. That whole like Karen face of like, oh, bitch, I got you. I'm going to totally report you or something. Pulls out I think it was mugs, but like it put out a diet mug, and I said, "That's mug. That belongs to Pepsi. I work for Coke. Coke does not carry diet root beer at any Kroger unless it's a special request." And I guess that's when the lady actually read the Coca-Cola thing, even though I'm wearing red, and Kroger staff wear an apron. And she's like, oh, puts it back in her cart and walks away. So yeah, I was like, well, thank you for forever proving my point that most people do not know about the difference in brands when it comes to who owns them. But yeah, that was very entertaining for me. Yeah, I haven't worked at Coke since 2020. So that's why I said when I was working there, because I have no idea if they've changed that, because they change a lot of things very often. And I'm pretty glad that I don't work there anymore, because like they kept on getting more and more and more products that we would have to carry, and it was ridiculous by the time I got fired. Ooh. Yeah, Cherry Coke is my favorite Coke product. Always has been since I was a kid. Yay, no more ads. I just said that Cherry Coke's my favorite Coke product, and it always has been, even ever since I was a kid. I'm not a fan of the vanilla Coke, but I really like the orange vanilla Coke. That one was really good. Yeah, I think I might have tried the cherry vanilla. I can't remember though. I remember when they came out with the Coke cinnamon and that Sprite spiced Christmas one. We got the try. I got to try that before most anybody did because I was helping out doing vending at a Walmart convention thing. And so we got to try out one of the products that we were introducing at that convention. And so many people were saying, like, man, this would be really good with Fireball, which is a cinnamon whiskey. And it's like, why would you do that? You're just put a little bit of Coke in it then, if you want less Coke flavor. I thought it was so stupid. People kept on saying that. Did you ever try that weird Oreo Coke collab? No. Part of me's upset that I didn't, but part of me's glad I didn't either. Heard mixed reviews. Honestly, it feels like any positive thing said about that had to have been paid for. I can't. I pretty much refuse to accept anything else. Alright, you get some sleps. Thanks for hanging out. As you know, I always appreciate it. I haven't done this in a while. Kind of want to do it again because I like the effect. I did it a little bit in one of the other Inca days, but then I just kept on forgetting to. Select, and then expand out. 2 pixels should be fine. And then delete. And then we get this cool little thin line effect that I really like. I like it a lot. Okay. My brain shut down for a second. I know this is not how shadows work with this hat, but I just always preferred that look over the actual realistic look. I think it looks cooler. Here's what this will look like.
Hello, Stitches.
Maybe if we did one of the shadows. Yeah, that looks a little better. I don't know if I did that. There we go. Bitches, what are you doing? Oh, no. Bitch, what are you doing? I just keep seeing her leg pop up.
I'm trying to be adorable, Daddy.
Stop it! Okay, you can't be back there. You're messing with cords and stuff. You are pure evil. You are pure evil. No, I have your arms now. Get chin scratches. Scrub. No. No, I don't want attention. I just want attention. You're a pain in the butt, you know that? You are just evil! Evil kitty! Get down. Oh my god. She is absolutely ridiculous. screwing up my inking. Just being an overall pest. Why do I have to love cats? Besides the fact that they're perfect. Oh, I'm dying, Squirtle. wasn't sure if that would work. But that should work.
There we go. I figured it out. Really miss like a pixel. Ooh.
I'm gonna try something.
I saw a thing when it came to making shadows like on the ground. And that makes me curious. Would that work to my satisfaction with this? Ooh, I love this song. This one tickles my brain just right. Alright. Here. That. Maybe I should actually put something on the layer. I should also invert it. Actually, I need to duplicate this. Just to make it easy. Merge those. Then we change this. Why you not? Why you not do? What did I do? I didn't do the clipping thing. That's what. I'm an idiot. Oh my god. I'm so confused. Oh my god, it's working now. It needs some tweaking, but I think it's pretty good. Okay. Let's blur this a little bit. And then I want to try... I don't know if this will even work. Well, not if I use the wrong tool. Burr, 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 burr. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it like this. Selection, then do that. Yeah. It's not perfect, but it's nifty. It's a neat trick. I like it. Let's get this. Let's get her sassiness put in here. And then it'll be done.
He's so sassy.
All right. I would say this is now complete. I like how this turned out. Let's go ahead and save it. And then save the PNG. And there. All right. Day 10 complete. We're a third of the way through. What do we got tomorrow? We have... Oh, we have ATV 19 with their character 18. She's quite grumpy, but it's really fun when you get to... But is really fun when you get to know her. Okay. Kind of sounds like me. All right. All right, so yeah, number 11 we have a cute character. I think I'm gonna just do a fun little one with that one. But yeah. So, reminder that you should let people know about this Inca Day in May thing and future Inca Day plans. And yeah, I will be streaming tomorrow at 6 like I have been. And I'm going to be posting time-lapse shorts of each day. I started today, and we're going to be doing that one day at a time for the rest of the month, and then a little bit into next month because of how that timing works. So, with all that being said, I will see you guys tomorrow.